human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hello, ladies and gentlefish. Welcome back. It is Wednesday, which means art streams. I'm a bit tired today, actually. But yeah, we got some stuff that we're going to be doing. I've been working on an artwork since last stream, so it's been a while, and it's been a while. Lizzie Bell instantly knew that was coming.
I did. I was waiting. I was surprised it didn't happen immediately.
She's in the background there, Lizzie Bell.
Hello.
My lovely Lizzie Bell. So I have been working on this artwork. I'm going to do a little reveal now. But before we do, we are once again playing our Stream Raiders thing. So if you would like to play along with us, only if you wanna, don't feel you have to. Actually, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start over from the start because there's not a lot of people on the stream yet. So we'll start over from the start, and that way we're not versing something ridiculously difficult, and just a few of us might be able to manage it. So let's chuck an archer in here. And we'll get on wiggling. The other thing that we are doing currently and today, we are playing with this Stream Loots stuff. So, there's a link there to it if you would like to purchase some of the cards. If you scrapped on money, or if you just want to test it out first and see what it's like, here is a link to a coupon that gets you a pack for free, so you don't have to purchase. The system is not super intuitive. Basically, you open the pack and then it gives you a random set of 3 cards. I did check it was only 3 cards. And then you look through the super long list of all the cards that I have in my deck. And you then get to use the ones that you have. So if you've got 3, you should be able to filter them by ones you actually have. And then you basically... First link doesn't work? Oh. Well, that's annoying.
It takes us there, and I just can't redeem the coupon because we've already redeemed it.
You've already redeemed it, yeah.
But it does still take me to the page.
Okay.
Were you planning on adding a Stream Raiders link as well?
Oh, Stream Raiders link.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I love you.
Lizzie Bell.
Looking after you.
You're the best.
You're the best.
There you go, there's the Stream Raiders link if you would like to join up. It's the same every time, but there you go. I'm gonna have to fuss around with that Stream Loots. Oh, it's doing 2 lots of Stream Loots, that's what it is.
Oh, it is too.
Yeah, let's change that right now. While we're here. While we're just setting up the stream. Pro streamers. But yeah, so Stream Loots is basically it's like a bit redemption. It's like a channel points redemption. So rather than waiting for the inkwells to come up, or if there's a specific thing that you want to do, the cards basically give you a random opportunity to do a thing. Quite a lot of them are just random questions. So Hey, there you go. Something just came
Lizzie
up.
Belle thinks you look thirsty.
Oh. I look thirsty, do I? Well, I'll drink some
Always
water.
hear about me.
Damn right. So that's a good example. It can make me do some things like our usual hydrate command and things like that. Then there's a whole bunch of like some 200 odd questions, of which I have to try and answer as honestly as possible. Well, I haven't looked through all the questions, so there may be a question in there that I don't actually want to answer. But I'm going to be honest and say that I'll answer it to the best of my ability.
Might a question you would want to answer.
Alright, let's see if that one works. Yep, there we go. That link works. Cool. So that link works, however, the coupon code thing, I think there's still 3 left. 3 free packs left for people if they want them. And we have a couple of people in our streaming community who have bought a couple, so we're going to be using it for at least a little bit until those run out. I'm enjoying it, but I don't know if everybody else wants to. I have been saying this for a little bit now, a couple of streams, which would probably be 2 weeks almost, that I'm considering getting rid of our Pokemon community game. I don't think anybody's using it, but if you are, and you would like me to keep it around, let me know in the Discord or in the suggestion box down below. Because if no one's using it, I'll just get rid of it. It's taking up the chat. But if you do want it and you enjoy playing it, I enjoy the Pokemon, so like I don't dislike it. I just notice it gets in the way sometimes of conversations and things, because it's sort of 2 Pokemon every 90 seconds, 2 messages every 90 seconds, which can be a bit frustrating for some people. Anyway, things we're doing. Actually getting around to the stream. Now that we've done all of that, this is what we were working on. So on the very left is sort of the rough draft of what we were doing. I have gone and fixed up all the backgrounds. I have fixed up some of these characters, these god characters. So I'll show you what I've done on the backgrounds, just to give you a real sense of it. These are all like stained glass style designs on a golden frame. So we're going for like a gold and silver design with this kind of stained glass image pattern in the background. This one on the left is really striking. I really like this. And I'm thinking of changing the other ones to look more like this, but I don't know, maybe the contrast is good. We'll see. We'll see how we go. Anyway, so that's that one. Then the middle one is a little bit more vibrant. Still stained glassy, but there's clearly some more blocky elements to it. I'm thinking of changing some of this up, but I don't dislike where it's at the moment. I might change some of the colors just to bring it back a little, because it's a little much in some areas. Doesn't really have as much of the stained glass vibe as the other one does. And then the one on the far right doesn't really have stained glass vibes at all, except for in the very back, which I might potentially have to change some of, just because it then doesn't fit with the rest of the aesthetic. But I really like this design, this plan that I've come up with. So the fleur-de-lis at the top, and then these kind of Roman colonnades, and then the arch structure in here is quite nice. And I like that it's kind of this extending hall with a light view in the background. So that's really good. I am enjoying this as a design. But I don't know, they're very disparate elements, and I'm not sure that they're harmonized together enough yet. The one on the far left is very chaotic. Very visually busy. And I think it works because of it, but I think it doesn't strike a very solid balance with the other two the first two being quite shallow, whereas the third one has a lot of depth in the image. So I don't know. There's some things that might need to be changed across these, or there might just have to be sort of 3 separate artworks in a series of artworks. But anyway, the plan for this is that this is one of many artworks that I'm going to be doing. I like the triptych style, the sets of 3 images. So I'm going to continue on with that. The first one I'm doing is like gender, kind of, and then like cosmos. So we've got sun, moon, and stars. So sun on the far right there, moon on the far left, and then we have star or sort of just the sky itself in the middle. And they're supposed to be embodying sort of gender expression in gods. So we have the masculine figure with the sun, we have the feminine figure with the moon, and then we have this kind of androgynous veiled figure in the middle, who is supposed to be sort of the sky or the stars or, you know, the multitudes, as we have a lot of shape-shifting gods in polytheism. So that's the first one, the first plan. So we're going to continue on with that today. That's basically most of what we'll be doing, or only what we'll be doing. But if that might change if more cards get played, or if people come in and do bit redemptions and things. There was one that Cog redeemed yesterday, and we'll see if we do that today. But we might do that one off stream. We'll see how we go. But yeah, the other plan I have is that this is going to turn into a series of artworks. So this first one is like cosmos and sky and gender, and then the next one is probably going to be like various different forms of magic. So there'll be like arcane magic, esoteric magic, nature and sort of druidic magic, and then I'm trying to think of what a third category would be that would work as a balance to that. Or a middle ground between them. So that's going to be one. Another one I want to do is like various different like healers, like the different forms of healing and how that works, and then different forms of like law or writing gods who record histories. So we're going to be doing a few different designs. And I don't know if I want to lean into the realistic god aspects, or if I want to lean into kind of more made up and D&D style gods. But we're gonna play around. We're gonna see what we do and how it goes. And I'm sure it's subject to change over and over and over again. But for now, this is where we're at. So hopefully you enjoy. Let's actually get into doing some art. These are quite big canvases. I think currently it's set to A3 at 600 pixel density, DPP or DPI, depending on what you use. And I've been using my little tablet for this mostly, which is good and exciting. I have been enjoying playing around with the new features of my tablet. Been staying up way too late using it, but it's nice to be able to just be in bed, listen to a podcast, and play around. Because that's basically all I've been doing. I've been putting on Critical Role, and then just doing art in bed while Lizzie Bell sleeps. Yeah. Or tries to sleep at least.
That's not your fault. That's my own body hating me.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing with this. It's turning out all right. There are definitely some sections that I'm not sure about. I'm approximately getting past the halfway point, so I'm getting to the bit where it's starting to look good. And therefore, I believe once again that I am an artist. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on stream before, but it's come up in conversations with some of my arty friends, and with Lizzie Bell previously. Basically, the query has been like, do you ever like dislike your artworks, or is there ever artworks that you're like unhappy with? And I'm like, every single one of them. There's a period of time from about a quarter of the way through to just over halfway through, or more, like almost to 3/4, where I absolutely hate everything about the artwork, or I hate most of the things about the artwork, because it's not doing the things that I wanted it to do in the first place. Like, it doesn't look like how I had it in my head. And it hasn't yet turned into sort of its own thing. It hasn't turned into its own artwork. So I can't rely on the artwork to sort of tell me what it needs, because it's not at the point yet where it can do that. And so I just hate it. And then I also start to doubt my own expertise as an artist, and think that I've been lying to everybody this whole time, and all of the usual ridiculousnesses. But I know that I'm in good company with this, because there are lots of people who do exactly the same thing about all of the various different artistic pursuits, not just me and drawing. And then I get to like just over halfway or 3/4 of the way, and then suddenly the artwork looks good again, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I am an artist. And then I get called a noggin by Lizzie Bell. Which, you know, sort of fair enough. She's not wrong. Isabel is having fun with her Kobo.
Yeah. Found the battery just in time to start needing it for the things that I'm going through.
Hey, nice work. She's got a Kobo with a funky little pen on it. So
Take notes.
Take notes, draw
I
pictures.
can write typed notes, but I can also draw in the margins or draw on the book.
Oh, that's cool.
It makes me feel a lot more like a real book. Not that I draw in real books. I actually feel really bad about drawing in real books. But I love finding secondhand books from other people that have like
Drawings in them?
yeah,
or writing
like
in them?
notes in the margins or online books. I feel weird doing it myself. But this gives me
That's
the option.
funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's that about then?
I mean, it's a personal anxiety with destroying something that's good.
Right.
And also the concept of it not being undoable.
That's fair. I mean, if you did it in pencil, though.
Yeah, but it does still leave marks.
Yeah.
But that would help, yes. But I can undo everything I do in a Kobo.
Sure can.
I can fold the pages corners as well. I can dog ear to bookmark.
Oh.
It just unfolds because it's digital.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who are rabidly against dog earing. And I understand it from like a...
It again does destroy the book a bit.
It destroys the book a bit, and over time, like, the more dog earing you do, dog earing and undog earing...
That corner's going to rip off.
Yeah, that corner's going to be destroyed. So I get it.
It feels like a butt.
What?
It felt like there was going to be a butt at the end of that sentence.
But if it's your book...
Do you want to run on your own ship?
I think...
I know that your stuff is here to be used and
Yeah.
life is destructive and messy and stuff.
Yeah, entropy.
But also anxiety.
Fair enough.
You can have my anxiety about this.
Okay. Sounds good. I guess as well, it's very different for me, who doesn't regularly reread books, versus Yeah, versus someone who would regularly reread a book, a series, or like... So, like, I have...
Visit your favourite people.
Fair.
Your best friends.
Aww. That's a little sad.
Hey now! No, you know my actual best friend.
I do. It's me.
Yeah, and my other actual best friend.
Yeah, because like I have a few favorite series, novel series, but I have probably only read each of them twice, maybe. So like there's the His Dark Materials series. By Philip Pullman. I've only ever read the whole thing once. I've read the first 2 books twice. There's the Tales of the Ketty J. I've read all the books twice, and that's it. And I've now got them on audiobook, so I'll be going through them again, but will be listening rather than actually reading them. The Leviathan series, I've read the whole thing twice, or at least gotten almost the whole way through. Dyslexia is hard for that though, so I can understand things would be easier for other people, and therefore you would have a different view on like bookmark over dog ear, or not wanting to mark pages and things. So, for those who are wondering what we're doing at the moment, I am just cleaning up the... these are like drafts for the figures, for the front figures. I'm going to be cleaning up the backgrounds a bit and doing a little bit more work, but I want to get a sense of where everything is going to be first, just so I know what I don't need to, spend a whole lot of time working on, and what I should be putting extra work into. I did very rough designs, as you can see, for the lady over here, our huntress, who's kind of inspired by Artemis. Sort of, yeah, that's the general gist of that. Very, very rough designs that got turned into rough-ish designs, which is what I've done here in the middle, and then a slightly more refined design, which is this one on the right. I've done a few different passovers of this, gone in and put like a lot more detail into areas and sort of cleaned up things, but there's still a whole bunch of sections that I want to fix up. But essentially that's where we're leading to, is something a lot more detailed like this, and then I will go in and do my final pass and actually fix everything up, probably colorize. But I'm not sure exactly how I want to do that yet. That's why everything's sort of in this muted grey. And we're just sort of trying to clean up lines and do little edits, little things as we go. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I want to go with this. Which is probably why this has been taking so long. It's a big artwork as well, so there's a lot going on in it, but there is also an element of just... I'm not sure exactly what I want to do. I don't know how I want this one to turn out. I had the idea of it all being stained glass to begin with. Or being stained glass and then having the figures just standing in front of each of the windows. Which I thought was a cool idea, and I might still go with that as an idea, but... yeah, not sure. So probably what we're going to do is do the final drafts for these figures, and then I might do 2 or 3 final designs, possibly one in a more stained glassy sort of fashion, and then one in a more realistic, semi-realistic fashion. And see which one comes out as sort of the better option. Because at the moment, I'm not really sure that they're all working. It also doesn't help that they sort of have to work together, and they're very different images. Which is my own fault. But it does make things a little harder. Or door. I apologize in advance. I have no scathing political commentary to make at the moment. I have been actively avoiding the news and any kind of like...
So you don't know anything that's happened in the world today?
I literally know nothing about what's happened in the past week. I'm actively avoiding just everything, pretty much. Actually, no, that's a lie. I have friends who keep me up to date with the memes, and the memes are where I am currently getting my news from.
So are you aware?
I am aware
Pell
that
died?
George Pell has finally gone.
Left the earth.
Finally left the Earth, which is
fuck.
cause for celebration. So I did know that.
I was gonna say, so that was what I was asking. I would be surprised if you didn't get the exact same notification that I got from the exact
Oh
same
no,
person.
yeah, no, I definitely got those. Definitely got those updates. But like, I know there's a whole bunch of shit going on in America. I'm currently not up to date on any of that. Something about not being able to pick a House of Rep, is it? Speaker of the House, something.
I believe.
Yeah. Whatever it is, something like that's going on. Don't know, don't care. I will catch up eventually, I'm sure, but I needed a break from the world, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happens.
So we've just been focusing on the house and focusing on the daughter and the Henrold. Just getting everything back up and running after the holidays. Still waiting to hear back about the tattoo apprenticeship.
That's annoying.
So hopefully something will come up soon. I think they were closed over the New Year period and Christmas. So I don't know if they've officially opened doors again yet. But yeah, these things take time, so I'm not stressed, I'm not fussing it, but haven't heard back yet. Would have been nice to know over Christmas. Have a nice little yeah, an extra birthday Christmas present for myself, but unfortunately not yet. Hi, Henrod. Oh, big stretches. Alright, I guess we should do something with this this figure. What I'm probably going to do, actually, is just make a new layer and draw over the top. Ugh. Neck. Because there's a lot of mess on the layer below that probably doesn't need to be there. How do we want to do this? So I think we're gonna have like crowny type thing. Oh, the battle is about to begin. Just as I was going to draw. Okay, let's sort that out. Oh, that's the wrong thing. But it doesn't matter because I've already copied and pasted the the coupon code in. So we've got Lizabelle and the Fjord. Let us begin our battle. We're fighting a frog monster. A corrupted frog. Well, that was quick. Oh, we're going to fight dinosaurs on this one. Exciting. I'm going to go with Archer again, because we're still doing fairly alright. And just vibe in this area. So that I can cast a spell. Back to the work. I should use this opportunity to save. There we go. Done. This artwork is so big it takes so long to save it. Press the button and it just sits there. That's 60% every time. I don't know if this is the design that we necessarily want to go with, but we'll start with this and then see how we go. So each of these little bowls are going to be probably going to be flowers. So don't think that she's got like a nurse's outfit on or some shit.
Do you have a problem with nurses? And
No.
our outfits?
No.
What the fuck?
No, I have.
Your wife is a nurse.
Well, you have problem with nurse costumes.
I do have problem with... No, I have problem with sexualized nurse costumes,
Fair
specifically. Because they're icky for me. Because I work with
Old people
who
are disgusting.
as a nurse. And so the concept of my job being... But even in a hospital, the concept of the job being sexy is just... Ugh.
Wrong.
Ugh. And also, like, tends to contribute to the
Sexualization of...
in the workplace,
Yeah.
which is incredibly problematic.
Yeah, fair enough.
But mostly it's just, ugh, you know?
Well, you don't think putting a catheter in is sexy?
Very much not. Not into sounding. What's it called?
I believe so.
Clearly not into it, don't know what it's called. Not into that kind of thing. I even avoid it at work. Also, not all catheters go directly into the urethra. Some are surgically implanted. Go through the stomach.
Oh.
Yeah, well, through the lower abdomen. Straight into the bladder. Skip the urethra altogether.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
You heard it here first, folks.
I've done more of those than I have actual urethral catheters. Just because most of my residents if they have a...
As much as that sounds like it's traumatic, it seems like it would actually probably be less
for some people it's
trauma-inducing.
still painful because it is still like a wound in your body.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So kind of like a piercing, but because it's bigger, it's harder to heal, and it's never really like fully healed.
Mm.
Can get infected. It's not fun. I don't know if it's more traumatic because I've never had one.
Fair enough.
But it's mostly for people who have like long-term catheterization needs. They'll never be able to go without it. It's like, I guess, slightly less weird for them, but it's actually for medical reasons. Often because like there's a problem with the urine getting through the urethra.
Right.
Like major prostate issues.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Things like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm sure this is what you expected to discuss on your stream.
Absolutely. Catheters and prostate issues.
Well, get your prostate checked. It's very important.
It is actually surprisingly important for men to
Yes.
check their prostates, so gentlemen out there, get to it. Just trying to make the proportions on this a little bit more realistic. And struggling, apparently. But it will make a lot more sense once we get all this done. Be able to get rid of this background piece and then go from there. Now we want the moon to actually sit lower than that, but that's sort of approximately what we were thinking. Like that. Perfection. Erase in here. Just so that the image is only behind her. Again, these are just very rough drafts. haven't exactly decided yet how I want to do this bow design, but I'm thinking some kind of leaf pattern at the edge of the bow here, where the bowstring is knocked, and then we're going to have a wider limb here. No, why?
I was going to ask if your chat had any writing prompts on, but you don't have a chat to
Yeah.
writing prompt me.
Writing prompt you. What kind of prompt do you want?
Poetry slash song. You could either give me a concept or like some words to fit into a song. It's up to you.
Hey, Cognitive Bard is here. Hydrate, save the work.
Hey, cognitive bard.
I have
Writing
an
prompt me.
I have an idea for a writing prompt for you.
Okay.
You can see the art, it's right here. Cog. Don't be a nog. Nognitive nog. The writing prompt is The Adventurer's Lament. It can either be the title, it can be in the thing, or it can be what it's about. However you want to play it. How you doing, buddy? Isabel wants a writing prompt. Think of a writing prompt. Get back to us.
Specifically for like song slash poetry rather than for like story slash novel. But if you gave me the other, I would just write story. So realistically.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
So I was trying to think of what, like, a huntress style dress would be. Because I wanted to lean into the feminine thing, but still, like, have it make sense. So I figured this this kind of flowing, almost half skirt, not quite mullet, but like side cut. So that way, like, leg movement is not restricted. Still run. She's a bow master, bow mistress, a bow wielder. So range is probably more her thing anyway. About to go have a shower, so you'll be back soon. Okay, well, have a think for writing prompts while you're in the shower. And then I wasn't really sure how it should flow at the back here necessarily, but I liked the idea of it sort of wafting around. That's probably not the right word for it, but I like.
No, I like it.
Yeah, I like the
Your official words person agrees.
The evocation.
Ooh.
of gesture and movement.
You and the words tonight.
I know, me and the words.
What's going on?
I'm just I'm inspired.
Evocating?
I'm evocating. I'm inspired by your wording.
Didn't even read anything to you.
By your wordsmithery. Curse of the Empty Wardrobe. I know what Curse of the Empty Wardrobe is. It's a poem about struggling to find the right clothes to wear. Because even though the wardrobe is full, I do not
need this kind of call out.
Even though I own hundreds of outfits, there's nothing to wear. The wardrobe is empty. Is that so?
Hi, Tia.
Tia John.
What's that
Tia
about?
Joy John, what are you doing?
She's barking. Take the shell.
Absolute knockin'. She says, I'm just protecting you all. And getting attention. Oh, is that so? Good gear. She says, now I'm anxious.
Why are you anxious? You're the one making all the noise.
Because I got told off.
Well, if you weren't making all the noise. Hi, Henry.
Enrod says, I just want to be involved.
Involved.
Is that how we involve him?
Yeah, he just wants to be touched.
Yeah,
He
that's
wants
fair.
his head patted. He wants a cuddle. He wants
That's fair.
to goo on you with his goo face.
Such a goo face.
Drooliest dog in the world.
He really is.
Such a goo.
Such a goo.
Is he not a goo? Is goo not just the perfect descriptor for Henry as a whole, his personality included?
Yeah. He is just goo. Henrold goo.
Yeah.
You off to bed?
He's been in bed.
Yeah, he's going back. He's tired. Or do you want to go out?
No,
Go on bed.
Oh, wait.
Says,
I'm asking why aren't we coming to bed?
says, is there an offer for out?
No.
No. Just checking. Go to bed, you noggin.
He says, but you're still up. It's bedtime.
It's not bedtime, Henrold. It's stream time.
It could be bedtime.
I don't think it can. I don't believe it can, Henrold.
He says, and I quote, Auntie Lizzie Bella is not streaming.
This is true, she's not. But it's only 9 o'clock.
I mean, I'm tired enough that I probably should go to bed soon.
Okay. Well, you go to bed when you're ready.
I shall.
Good.
Right now I'm doing
Oh.
Are you right?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yep.
'Cause it sounds like, just maybe, you might be dying a little.
I think you're mistaken.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I mistaken or are you lying to me?
Jury's out on that one.
Is it an objective jury or is it you?
Well, see, the thing is...
Yeah. Is that it?
That's it.
You're not allowed to be dying. It is
My mistakes.
bad.
Okay. I will cease dying this instant. Triple. To a triple. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop.
Rava,
Yes.
how well can you out with one eye?
You about to redeem us?
Lizzie Bell 8 wants you to
Right
close
eye
your
closed
right
for
eye
30 seconds. I think we can do more than 30 seconds. Which one's my right eye? This one.
You only need to do 30 seconds.
Alright.
I'm just checking out the cards that I've got.
That's a fun one. So, like I said, there's a whole bunch of things that you can do with the cards. If you,
I like this concept.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I think it's funky. The having to pay for them, I think people are going to be hesitant to. But I like that idea as a like, hey, this is a way to interact with the channel that isn't just, that isn't just doing the same thing over and over again, or doesn't require you to sit for however long accruing channel points to then do like one thing.
I mean,
You can also use the channel points as well.
I think I could do one of everything in your channel points redemptions and still have heaps of points left. I have 60,000. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Well, there's no D&D game.
There will be.
And I will redeem it so many times.
I'm gonna put it back on quite soon. It's probably gonna be
Expensive.
probably more expensive, and probably only during art streams. Just because I don't want to derail a regular stream where we're playing with other people.
That makes sense.
But the plan I have for it is basically it's going to be set in the same world as.
I think your 30 seconds is up, by the way.
Oh, my 30 seconds is up.
I mean, I feel like it's been a lot more than 30 seconds. I just feel like your eyes closed.
Yeah.
How was that as an experience?
It wasn't difficult at all.
I think it would be really
It's actually slightly more disorienting to have two eyes working for a period of time after only having to use one.
Well, guess what? The card exists for both eyes. And I had both of them, which means I still have another one.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So-
I have a feeling that the left eye is probably going to be harder because I don't know if I'm. Oh no, I can do that. I have to use my mouth as well to keep it closed though.
Can you not close your left eye easily?
Not really.
Oh,
It moves my whole cheek, whereas the right eye just so I can do that, and then that one I have to like.
Why?
I don't know.
Shit your eye?
Doesn't
Got a
it?
weird eye.
It doesn't quite do it. Apparently, I have a weird eye.
That's okay, you're allowed to.
Thanks. Now, here's a question.
Yes.
Let's get rid of this. We have a lovely lady there.
Yes.
Should she be face on like the other two, or is the slightly turned appropriate?
I think the slightly turned is probably fine. I don't think they have to be all facing the same direction. In fact, I would suggest that your middle person would look good with their face slightly downturned. Ever so slightly. But that would be a perspective thing to make work, but still make it clear that's what it is.
Yeah, no, that's good.
However, yeah, I think it's fine to have one of them looking away. Because these aren't the only 3 cards you'll do, so you probably have...
No, yeah, I'll have a whole bunch. The other option is that I have the sun one turned to the right.
No, I like the sun one facing on. They're a confident figure. That pose suits them.
I thought so.
Whereas the knight would be slightly subtler.
Slightly coquettish.
Just more subtle.
Yeah, cool. That works. Okay, let's... I think... That's more or less all of the rough drafting that I did, so I will get rid of all of the shit on this layer. And then... fix up the colorization in the background. And then we can go in and put a little bit more detail in. And that is some solid development of this artwork. I will save it. Now that I've said that, because I don't want to lose everything. Because I am a nog and I will do that, I'm sure.
Yes.
One of these days. Actually, one of the few problems I'm finding with my tablet.
Your, new tablet?
My new tablet, I will say. So if anybody's planning on getting a Surface Pro 9, I think is the one I'm using. I went, because they only had the smaller size RAM option, they didn't have the bigger size RAM option. And the bigger size RAM option was like an extra $500 or $800. So it was a fair amount more expensive, but I was planning on going with it anyway, because I knew that it would be able to run things better. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because this file size is currently hovering at about 3.2 gigabytes when I'm working on it. The RAM for that tablet is 4 gigabytes. If I do too much on an artwork without stopping and saving it, and then reorienting the layers so that it's not too big of a file size, the whole tablet freezes up and I lose all the work that I haven't saved. So I have to be really careful about regularly saving the artwork and then getting rid of extra layers. Specifically on this one because it's such a big artwork. Like, it's A3 sized, it's got multiple layers, multiple of which have a lot of detail in them. So a lot of pixels are being used. So this is probably a rare thing, but if you do high quality digital art, get the bigger RAM, pay the extra money.
I suppose what this just means is that you'll use your tablet for less big art and use your computer for any big art you want to do.
Yes,
You
and
have
then
that option at least.
I have that option, and then the other option is the thing that the Surface Pros do that most of the other tablets on the market don't do is I can actually pay to have it upgraded.
Oh, that's useful.
When I can no longer put up with it freezing, and I need the extra.
Hey, lovely, you can do that whenever you want.
I know, but it's expensive. So
How expensive?
I don't know. I'll have to look into it. An amount of money.
That's fine. You can pay an amount of money.
Yep. I'm glad to. And then upgrade the. It's really easy actually. It's like it's a small chip that you put in, and it upgrades the RAM and the storage capacity. So it's relatively easy to do. I do have to take it into an authorized person to do so, which is a little frustrating, but that's not too bad. And it runs essentially exactly like a Windows computer. It has all the same OS and functionality as a full laptop in tablet form.
I mean, it's laptop form. It technically does have a keyboard.
Yeah.
It's just removed.
Well, I had to buy that.
Yes, it doesn't come with the
It doesn't
keyboard,
come with the keyboard.
but it's
Also doesn't come with the pen.
no.
So that's something to factor into the cost of it. But it's not prohibitively expensive.
I mean, you could probably do exactly what you do with your tablet with one of my laptops as well, because it is a laptop tablet. Fold back, you do.
Yeah, probably.
Came with a pen.
Yep.
It's a Windows. That'd be like a Microsoft software.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it's just a matter of like how good the pen is, how good
That would be
the detail on it is, and then the screen quality.
I did a very small amount of art on my old one.
Yeah.
It turned out right, but like, I'm not an artist, so.
Yeah. That's the trick. So yeah, if I would recommend it. I would recommend spending a little bit more and getting the better quality one if you're going to get it. And if you do digital art like professionally or at least semi-professionally. If you don't do art professionally and you just want like a muckabout one, it's pretty good for what it is. I would get it over Apple products.
Is that just because you're not an Apple person?
I am not an Apple person, but then also they're much more expensive for not more functionality at all. And anything you can do in a Procreate or like a Clip Studio Pro or anything like that, you can easily do in Krita or Photoshop, and the tablet will run both of those. Krita is essentially analogous to Photoshop, other than being free and not a subscription-based service. The battle is about to begin.
Oh no.
Why would you use Photoshop as a subscription-based service? If someone
was mostly a joke.
if someone else was paying for it,
Yeah, fair.
like your company, or if you have a friend who uses it, or if you really, 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 really need for your professional capacity to use the full suite of Adobe. So, for example, if your clients only use Adobe files, or if you need to like jump between animating software and then designing software and then 3D modeling software and then like web design software or like video, like that would be the reason to use Photoshop and its suite of tools, Adobe's suite of tools. Otherwise, fuck them.
Yes.
I used to love Photoshop back in the day. I used to use it all the time when it was like you buy a license for not that much because they were like $200 and then you had it forever and you could install it on as many computers as you had.
Which makes sense.
That makes perfect sense to me. And then they stopped doing that because they wanted to stop
I hate subscription services.
companies.
Buy
Full license. Yeah. Part of the problem with that is a full license for the Adobe suite or even just Photoshop is like $900 or some fucking bullshit. You can get it slightly cheaper as a student, but it's just... it is a pain in the hole. Now, we're supposed to be fighting. Fight! Let the fight begin. Right, we got a few in. What's that? Six units. We're going to be fighting some dinosaurs.
why are you fighting dinosaurs? What do you like dinosaurs?
I do like dinosaurs.
Why are you fighting them then?
Oh no, they're just like in cages and not actually attacking us.
Oh no! That's
Oh.
even worse. Why are we
Oh,
just killing caged dinosaurs? Why
that's
would
so
you get us to
rude.
do that?
Now I feel bad.
So do I.
I'm assuming they would attack if you got close enough, but we're using almost exclusively ranged units. And you've got a little healy person.
He's doing nothing because we're not getting damage.
And a vampire?
Yeah.
Is that a vampire?
I mean, I have a vampire. I think I put the vampire down.
Yeah, I think you did. You got a vampire, 2 archers, and a healer.
Yeah.
Very exciting. You got 20 gold pieces and another 5 for playing.
Oh, good.
Wunderbar. Alright, let's keep going. Buggies, frogs, a fly trap, some spiders, a jungle spider, and what's this one? Man trap. Alright, let's chuck the archer up the top here. And then everybody can place their units around there. Cool. Alright. Get back to the art. Yeah, so I do understand why the subscription model has become such a thing, and why specifically for programs. So the reason Photoshop ended up doing it, Adobe specifically, why Adobe ended up doing it as a thing, was because there were a lot of companies that were buying a single license, or like a company license for, 10 computers or whatever, and then they would just install it on 30, 40, 50 computers and not say anything about it, and be like, well, these 10 people are using these 40 computers or whatever, and then if anybody else happened to use them as well, then that wasn't the intention, but they are using it, so it's fine. And so Adobe felt like they were losing out on money that they otherwise would have. I don't know, Satan's pretty cool.
Why is Satan cool? What's the context for this?
It's a video from the internet days.
As opposed to now, the non-internet days.
The non-internet days.
I know the internet days you mean.
Yes. In which
I was there.
You were. In which a gentleman was going around to various different news anchors, and trying to make some of a jape of himself by pretending to be various different people, or was later on filming fake interviews of himself and then splicing them in real news interviews. So both of those were happening. And basically one of them, it was about the Satanic Temple setting up I think they were setting up a statue. It was big news in America. Anyway, his interview is basically him like talking about Satanism, and at one point in it he goes, "Oh, I don't know, Satan's pretty cool."
That's fair.
Yeah. And Cog just quoted it in the chat.
Yes, I was wondering
What the
what the
cause of it was. Yes, that's the cause of it. Cog being
Cog.
Cog. Yeah.
That's fair. We wouldn't have him any other way.
Correct. Yeah, so they basically moved to the subscription model because they felt like they were missing out on money. They felt like they were being cheated out of hard-earned money. Cog being Cog, exactly. But what it's essentially ended up doing, I think, for the most part, is pushed people away from using the Adobe suite, because they're frustrated at the fact that it's now a subscription model, and it seems like it's taking more money off you. It is less money in the short term, but if you use it long term, it ends up being like not as good. And having to repetitively pay for something is very frustrating and annoying.
It's a stupid model, and I hate that it's so popular right now.
Yeah. It also makes budgeting very difficult.
Yeah.
Because if everything is like coming out in random piecemeal bits, especially if it's like a yearly thing, like it comes out every year, then it can be annoying. Are we talking about Adobe? Yes, we are. So it's the reason why I've been a big advocate of GIMP and of Krita. I currently use Krita for all my things, for my animations and for my digital artworks. It's great. I've never had an issue with it. GIMP is not the most intuitive. Krita lacks a very small amount of the functionality that some of the other systems use, but it is easily on par with Photoshop. So, you spent almost 2,000 on Adobe since you got it, possibly more, and you've definitely not made that much back off it financially. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. So, you wouldn't be able to live without the various programs you use from Adobe. So, yeah, that's it. So, if you were to buy the full suite, it would probably cost you like $1,000, $2,000. And then the argument is, okay, how long are you going to use it for? And then the subscription model argument is that you continually pay for it, but you get all the updates, so it's always the newest model, and then whenever a new one comes out, you automatically get that. And then if you swap to a new computer or something like that, you don't have to then buy a new one, you just log into your version and it just downloads straight away, and you get access to all the things. And there's some like cloud-based storage things and tutorial stuff you get access to, and support, and blah 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 blah. But the old model let you just purchase a CD and then load it up onto whichever computer you wanted to use it on. If you had multiple computers, while it was technically against the license, you just loaded it up onto however many computers you used at the time, and as long as you're the only one using it, that's a fairly reasonable way to use the system. The problem was that people were then just handing out that CD and the CD key to as many people as they possibly could. Which is copyright infringement and IP theft, and it's wrong or something.
I love you.
Because we've definitely never done that. Never. None of us. Boobs. Same could be said about artists and art supplies. Most artists don't make the money they spend on paint and canvas, etc. back. Some do, but most don't.
It's true.
Yeah. Yes, however, the other thing is that, you know, paint companies don't get you to continually pay for using the paint that they've already made you pay for in the first place.
They just make you pay to buy new ones.
They just make you pay to buy the product. Which, if that's how it was with Photoshop, I would totally do that.
I guess you have to keep refilling, which is somewhat, it's a subscription to the physical.
Ish. So, and then the idea is like, how long can you make that last? As opposed to Photoshop, where they're like, well, we're going to bring out new features and we're going to bring out new stuff, and you don't get access to it unless you're subscribed. And if you have the older version, if you buy a physical copy, then you only get that copy. You get that one version and that's it. So it's like buying a pen or a pencil and then using it for as long as it runs. Anyway. Adobe's kind of an ass. They do release hot fixes regularly. Paint doesn't require updates or hot fixes. Yeah, exactly. Only requires you to use it. Yeah, I'm basically against a lot of subscription models on, like, principle, I guess is the right word. That being said, I do have multiple subscription services.
I mean, you can criticize the system that you're forced to live in.
Yeah. I currently have... Well, we have Twitch things, but that's because we like the people that we're supporting with it. So it's a little different. And then Prime Video, which I got originally because of American Gods, and then I've kept subsequently because of Legends of Vox Machina, which the new one is coming out on the 20th of this month. Hey, so exciting. And then also because of, we were watching House on it, I believe. And then there was one other series that I was watching on it that I was like, oh, I need to keep this so that I can keep watching it. So that's the thing. Then we have Netflix, which we as a house pay for.
It's not actually our account though.
It's not actually our account, but we do pay for it.
And we have Spotify because otherwise we lose all music when we're driving anyway because we live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Have to have downloadable music. And
Yeah.
I mean, we could just burn CDs.
Good. My card does. I don't think it has a CD player, or it does, but it's broken.
Oh, can't burn CDs then.
It does, but it's broken. That's what it is.
We also pay a prescription.
A prescription service
A subscription for our treadmill.
for a treadmill. Yeah.
Yeah, the fitness app that it works with.
Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous as well.
It is, but it's also really fun, and if it's going to make me exercise,
Yeah.
that one's probably the most worth it, just for that purpose.
I mean, Spotify.
Yeah.
Spotify has been the most worth it subscription service that I've ever
Yeah,
used.
we do use it a lot.
I use it literally every day.
Yeah.
Like, literally every day. Whenever I'm driving, I'm listening to Spotify. Whenever I'm, like, cleaning the house, I'm listening to Spotify. Because I'll listen to podcasts and things. And whilst I could not pay for it and just use the free version, having to listen to the ads is the worst thing in the world, and I don't know why anyone would put up with it.
So, the biggest problem with Spotify free is actually they're not able to download a playlist or anything. Because you can only listen when you've got reception. The ads are the second biggest problem though.
Oh!
So the reason why
I didn't even
actually
know.
have Spotify is
I've had
so
Spotify
that-
for so long, I didn't even know that wasn't a thing you could do.
No, I'm
There you go.
90% sure that you have to have, like, it's been a while,
It's been a while!
but I'm pretty sure one of the main reasons I got Spotify was because
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense now.
We live in the middle of nowhere.
We live in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Since I've been here. Yeah. But the reason I got it was
Ads.
I was in my iPod-y thing, whichever one I think I had an iPod Nano,
I had a Nano too.
and I had been refusing to update it for the longest time, and then it broke for some reason. I don't remember what. I was out drinking, so I don't remember what happened to it. I don't believe I actually did anything to it. It's just it was like 7 years old by that point, so it was gonna kunk out eventually. But the week afterwards or something, I went to a tattoo studio, and they had Spotify on the thing, on their like little speaker system, and they were playing a playlist of songs, and I wasn't particularly interested in the songs, but it was a good distraction for while I was being stabbed in the arm, and it was just like an ad after every single song or every second song.
Yeah.
And I was like, how the fuck do you listen to this? Like, it just entirely ruins the flow of anything you get into. Because there was a couple.
That's the point. They want you to buy it.
Oh no, I know, but like it was just so awful that I was like, how can you put up with this? I would either not use it, or I would buy the premium. And so that's exactly what I did. I then went out and bought Spotify Premium and set it up on my phone, and since then I've used it every single day, so I've got my money's worth. The other one is Audible. Hey!
Lizzie Bell 8 asks, what's a talent few people know you have?
What's a talent few people know I have? It texts to speeches.
Oh, good.
So I can hear it. What's a talent few people know I have? I play the French horn. And I play the French horn fairly well.
What do my asks sound like?
They sound like robots.
Oh.
Lizzie Bell 8 asks sounds like something else. What does it sound like? It does a little bit sound like Lizzie Bell's ass.
I still haven't heard you play the French horn.
Nope. You probably won't ever.
That's not true. We're going to acquire a French horn for you. We're going to start a band, and you're going to be the French horn / bass player.
I'll be the French hornist.
Yes.
I'll be the resident horny man.
You already are.
Damn right. So that's a thing most people probably don't know about me. What else?
You really need to know what you can tell more.
I am a fairly accomplished jewelry maker. People probably wouldn't expect that. I'm a silver and goldsmith.
You made my engagement and wedding ring.
I did. Join the Rocking Merchants. Will be a bardic franchise.
Horny man. Horn status.
With my horny man horn status. What else? Other interesting things. I mean, there's quite a few that would be not immediately obvious, but I talk about them so often on like the stream and stuff that most people probably at least have some inkling by this point. So like my dyslexia is probably a good one.
A talent?
Yeah, I guess that's not. Yeah,
it's
it's us talent specifically. I guess that's a.
I mean, you can call your dyslexia a talent if you
It
like.
is not a talent.
You can call it whatever you
It is
want, it's
definitely not a talent. Dyslexia. When people talk about, and this is an entirely tangential rant, but when people talk about like disabilities being like, oh no, you're differently abled and blah blah.
Fuck that.
I'm like, no, it's a. I don't know.
C0
game
Gnitive
over.
Bard wants you to draw a superhero.
I gotta draw a superhero. Okay, I can draw a superhero.
So
But I'm like,
some days I can't walk.
yeah, and like,
Physically unable to walk due to pain.
yeah. If that isn't a disability, if that isn't the inability to do something, then I don't know what is. And I get that you're like trying to be like supportive and like it's, it's not the end of the world
It's
and blah blah
undermining
blah.
the actual real struggles that people go
Yes.
over. And it's all about the
It's
only
toxic
good
positivity.
disabled person is someone who overcomes their struggle. But sometimes you just have to fucking live with it.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just gotta struggle.
I'd like to not struggle, but it's just not my lot in life.
That's it. Alright, let's save this and then move to a new canvas and draw Cog a superhero. Oh, it takes forever to save. Such a big canvas.
Such a love.
Oh, such a love.
You should take a moment while you're doing this to
You're looking for the right thing. Oh, posture check and stretch.
Multiple things.
Okay. There's my belly. And a hydrate. Very good. I don't think I've had enough to drink today, actually.
I need to spam your hydrate button.
You can't. Go on a timer.
Do I need to spam your hydrate button every minute?
Well, I'm getting through this one, so... It was full when I started, it's less than halfway.
Okay. Well,
Me neither, I should get a beer.
Cog,
I don't think that's how
have
that works.
some water. Also some dinner. Have you eaten?
Have you eaten today? Cognitive Bard? Okay, superhero. What's our superhero gonna be?
What power would you have if you were a superhero?
I mean, I've already...
What would Tia have if Tia was a superhero?
I've already started drawing something, and then I'll go back to what power I would
Please
like.
tell me while you're drawing your superhero.
I would, if I could have any power, teleportation. Why would I ask you such a question? Lizzie Bell would ask you that question because she wants to know the answer. Clearly. I would want the ability to teleport, because that would be super handy.
Yes.
Um,
Can you imagine if we just blink and be down at your mum's place?
yep.
Blink and be down. We could just pop into Melbourne.
Blink and be in fucking Iceland or France.
Oh, yes.
So that's what I would want, but if there was like limitations to how far I could go and all that kind of stuff, and it was like difficult, or whatever, the other option I would happily have, is, I would want the ability, like telekinesis, to move things with my mind. I think would be the other one.
Interesting. I don't think I really care for telekinesis.
It'd just be super handy.
It would be super handy, I do agree. I guess it's, if I could only limit my desires to like one or two, it wouldn't make my top two.
That's fair.
So I would also teleport,
Yep.
and then
There is my merch store, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check it out.
oh man,
And my Instagram. So teleportation.
and then I know I'm scared of heights, but I really like the concept of flying. Always have.
Uh-huh.
Or
You're silly.
invisibility. I think that would be really useful, and also just really nice to be invisible. Or like something a little bit more obscure, like being able to, like a poison ivy type flower plant growing.
Yeah, plant growing
Or
would be
speaking
cool.
to animals,
Yeah.
including
Having animals be able to fully understand you and have a level of sentience that they can, like,
yeah,
respond and then you know, if they want to, do things for you.
yeah, not forcing, just communicating.
Yeah.
All of those rank higher than telekinesis for me.
That's fair. I still think telekinesis and teleportation would be higher for me, but like,
I mean,
Those are good
teleportation is the highest because that would be just super useful.
yeah.
I'm happy to just physically do things or ask you to do them with your telekinesis.
Fair.
I do have telekinesis. I say, hey lover, I can't reach that. And then all of a sudden I have it.
Oh, it's like magic.
It is. And I have a you with me too when that happens. You appear as well.
Oh,
It's so lovely.
amazing. You're a noggin.
As long as I'm reborn, Cog, I'm alright with that. And by reborn, I mean alive at the other end.
This stream is sponsored by Lizzie Bell. She's definitely human. Coffee, a leaf, and potato chips is not a full meal.
About getting a dinner, or else I'm gonna order him some.
You should get dinner. Otherwise, we're gonna order you food. Telekinesis beats most other ESIS? ESIS?
I don't know.
Oh, like telekinesis. So ESIS,
Oh.
like a What other ESIS are there?
Beer is not food.
Beer is not food. Depending on how cruel you want to be with limitations, you do a lot with telekinesis. It's like prestidigitation of the superworld. Yeah, pretty much. Why would you die with teleportation? Pyrokinesis,
Because
hydrokinesis,
you're unmade
telekinesis.
and remade. So is it still you at the other end?
But that's only if your teleportation is
Unmade and remade.
unmake and remake. It could be bending space-time.
It
It could be literally creating a portal to wherever you want to go, which is kind of how I would envision it, Nightcrawler style, where you transport yourself through a third realm to end up where you want to be. But yeah, that's specifically why I would want telekinesis, because it's the most practical.
Kinesis?
It's the most practical superpower.
Oh yeah.
Being
you
super-
don't want to enjoy.
Being super strong is not super helpful in most things. Being able to fly is not helpful in most things. Teleportation is very practical, but like if you can only take yourself or what you can carry, then it's not super practical. Telekinesis, on the other hand, is practical at all points in time. You can pick up things from far away without having to bother. It's the lazy man's superpower. It also doesn't mean you then have to be a superhero, because, like...
It's not necessarily a superpower that benefits fighting crime.
Yeah, and it's not like...
could.
It could, and it's not necessarily going to be super strong either. Like, it might be super strong telekinesis and you can throw things, like, whole buildings across the room.
Or it might be you can lift whatever you could physically lift.
Yeah,
without using
it might be
points.
like, you can lift a cup. And that's fine. If I can lift the cup from over there to over here, I'm a happy man. Magnokisis.
Can I use...
Telekinesis can make you seem super strong, but it depends on your limits. Yeah, depending on how strong your will is. So that's sort of my thinking. Regardless of how strong it is, even if it's fairly weak, I would still be happier with telekinesis than I would with most other things.
Can I use telekinesis to move your clothes in such a way that it feels like I tapped you on the butt?
Yes. Yes, you can.
That alone.
Exactly. Just being able to feel you up from afar.
Well, no, because I wouldn't
sure.
get the benefit of feeling you. You'd get the benefit of being felt up by me.
Yeah.
Which could then be used very poorly by people having telekinesis.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. All of these superpowers can then become villain powers very easily, and let's be honest, I would probably use most of my powers for villainy.
I don't believe that. You are inherently good as much as you try to deny
I
it.
don't know.
You are.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the first thing I would do the first thing I would do having a superpower is fuck around for like 3 hours. Just like, haha, look what I can do. And then almost immediately afterwards, I would plan how I was going to use it to steal some kind of money.
Why?
Because money. I don't want to have to work again. I would like to be an artist full-time for the rest of my life.
You could use your telekinesis to make that viable.
Hey, Calamity! We're
Without
drawing
breaking
Pokemon. We're
laws.
drawing a superhero. This is SF Super Frog.
Surely you can come up with a better name than that. Amphibipower?
The Fibber. When did you become a VIP? I've always been a VIP, buddy. You're a very important person. Cog can't be a VIP or Lizzie Bell because they're both moderators, so... Yeah, so my whole plan with drawing out this character, I will just admit it now, the whole plan of drawing out this character wasn't that the frog was going to have, like, frog superpowers. It was going to be, like, he has the ability to, like, turn invisible or fly or something. Hey, thank you very much, Lizzie Bell, for gifting a sub to Calamity.
You're so welcome.
You have now given 12 subs.
Which really benefits us in the negative.
Just, yeah, exclusively negatively. But I appreciate it all the same.
I appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate you.
I'm sure the people I'm gifting subs to appreciate it. Benefits them. I mean, they might not. They might be so pissed off. I don't want to sub to this channel.
I want to sub to this crazy man.
That's exactly why I do it, Cog.
Yeah.
Anyway, go get some dinner or else I'll send you food.
Alright, so Amphibi-Man, his superpower is going to be telekinesis.
Can he catch a fly with his mind?
And he's using it to catch a fly with his mind.
Very good.
Cowboy time tomorrow, hell yeah.
Cog is not telling me that he's going to
Cognitive Bard. I have been informed that you need to feed yourself, otherwise we are going to feed you. Get to it.
What are you eating? Send me a photo. Give me proof.
Yep.
Better not be a bear.
Jump on the stream right now so that we can stream it
Or
live
just
to all the
send
people.
me a photo.
Where is the photo, Cognitive Bard? Come on. Sounds like you were lying to me. Lying to all of us.
Lied to me?
And the penalty for that is dinner.
I'll send you food. It's a burger or pizza, depending on what's open.
I like that all our threats are essentially just assistance.
This is why you wouldn't use your powers for evil. And I know you wouldn't.
I absolutely would.
You would use them in ways that would help.
What are they?
Yeah.
I'd use it in ways that it would help us, specifically.
You wouldn't be actively causing harm to people.
I think I would try not to. Question mark?
What harm would you cause? If you had the ability to telekinesis...
If I could secretly telekinesis...
What would you do?
I would steal from the rich and give to me.
Who would you steal from? So Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk.
I
I'm
mean,
not quite sure how you would steal from them.
honestly, probably it would actually probably just be from banks because they've got the money. Right, that's it.
Pizza or burger?
Nice try though.
So my assumption that you're not eating was correct then.
Yeah. Sure was. You just sent proof. No, you sent a picture of you pretending to eat a pizza that was on a screen. We're not stupid.
I'm kind of... Actually, no. Dude relented. He decided it was winter when I called him out for it.
There we go. There's your frogman.
You're my frogman.
Oh, thanks.
Can that frog come to our house and eat all of our flies?
Oh, that would be great.
And the mosquitoes. Sorry, Todd, I'm just buying you a burger and then I'll get back to answering your question.
Sell that frog as merch.
Do it. I agree.
I would.
Want the frog and merc it.
I was gonna say I would have to fix it up and sort of move things around. I think
So what's his name?
he's Amphibiman.
And is- It's too late, Cog. It's already been bought. Also, tomorrow is not today.
Yeah, tomorrow is not today. You need food now, for today.
Well, in half an hour to 45 minutes.
There you go. Alright.
So, dude asked me again if he could have have my contact number so we can talk on WhatsApp.
Oh, I was supposed to be doing a battle. Apologies. That was probably a while ago.
It was ages ago.
Alright, here we go. Let's start the battle.
You were being clever, but it was also not clever enough.
Hmm?
Zoom in on the pizza.
No, I'm zooming in on the
Oh,
fight?
okay. Right. I was very confused for a moment.
Yeah, zoom in on the fight. There was a frog hiding in the man trap? Oh my god! Lizzie Bell, congratulations.
Merci.
Now, there's a dinosaur here. I don't want to fight the dinosaur, so we're going to go up instead of down. And instead, we're going to fight a puckered anus.
What?
You heard me.
I did, but I'm not sure I'm okay with it.
Alright. Here's our plan. Get to it. Amphibimon!
Anyway, then I called Dude out on his pile of red flags, and he's like, "Do you think I will be lying to you about myself?"
He was then also trying to make out like you were the one with red
And
flags.
he kept saying that I haven't told him anything about myself apart from my name, and I'm like, I haven't even told him my actual name. He doesn't know that, but you know, I haven't. And then I mentioned that he said it was summer in Scotland, so I do think he's lying. And then he's like, to be honest with you, our conversation is not red flags. I expect you to also tell me about yourself. I'm just narrating my story to you like I'm in an interview. Please never mind if I say to you, currently in Scotland it's snow and very cold. I usually had a lot of fun in these on snow. And then I haven't replied because I've given up.
At that point,
But
there's no redeeming
apparently
the conversation.
He's just assuring me that he's not red flag. So clearly he can't scam me without me being on WhatsApp. But I'm clearly also not going to budge, so I don't know why he's still trying. But I don't believe that he's not trying to scam me. But I'm clearly not a target, so I don't know why he would. He hasn't messaged me since, so I think he has now given up.
It's also possibly that, like, if he tries to come across like a fairly regular person, that you might not then report him. And if the...
Good point, I should report him.
You should. And if the conversation continues to then not be, like, too weird, but not too weird, that potentially whoever is like, filing the, fulfilling the report, like, banning, will look at it and be like, oh no, like, this is just a conversation with someone whose English is not very good or something.
Yeah, no, he very much seems like not a real person.
Yeah.
And I have just reported and blocked him.
Oh, very good. There you go. Job done.
I mean, it was
is that
see
better?
how far it was going, then what?
So now looking
Oh,
down
right.
as opposed to...
I forgot that I had made that suggestion. Yes, I like it.
Cool. Sorted.
It just makes sense for the figure.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, actually. I like
I'm
that.
not sure if it's a lot more sense, but it definitely is
Yeah.
sense. It's 10 o'clock, now that I have fed.
You like the nipple?
blood. I do like the nipple.
This
It's
one
very
right here.
nipply nipple. Thanks.
You're welcome. Wait for it. Whoa!
Such the novelty.
Ah,
This is what we come on stream to.
I entertain myself
I'm glad you do.
often. Tickle that nipple.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Or bedtime.
It's past my bedtime.
It is past your bedtime.
But I do have one figure in Stream Reader, so I'll leave it open.
Okay. Sounds good. We make this like into a hard light layer. Sprinkle light in afterwards for a glassy look. Maybe. I'm not sure. At the moment, I'm just trying to get everything like situated figure-wise. So I will I'll worry about lighting and where everything is going to be going later. Because I've still got a bit of work. Figures, yes, figures, multiple. So I've pretty much finished the backgrounds. There is going to be a little bit more work to do, but that's essentially what we're going for. So we have a nice little stained glass background with this sort of gold. I am going to fix up the coloration on the gold to make it much, much shinier. But I'm happy with the stained glass for at least this left one. The one in the middle, I think I'm going to change some of the colors around just because it's not quite melding properly. And then maybe put a little bit more of a shine for a glassy look on there. And then I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this one. The fact that this is perspective based, whereas these two are flat, is quite contrasting, and I don't know how to feel about that at the moment. But I really, really like this design, so I'm hesitant to get rid of it. But I did leave it as like a... Oh no, I did add it to the main layer. Oh no, there you go. I left it as a background piece, so I can get rid of it if I want to. But we're focusing on the figures now, and then we'll go back to like fixing everything else up later. There is my shop, my merch store. So if you would like to get merch from me, please do so. While you're there, you can also check out Cognitive Bard and his merch store. Very exciting. We are currently looking through what we're going to buy. We had a look today, and shipping was quite expensive, so we're trying to cut down on the things we were going to purchase. It was going to be 150 Australian shipping for the many items that we were purchasing. So we're now having to reevaluate how much we're managing to spend. Used Afterpay to get your scarf. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so we're gonna be cutting it down a little bit and then trying to purchase that soon. Just because everything there is very steep. Yeah, it's partially that. So it wasn't cheap already, but the other problem is that because the products are all made by different third-party companies. So Redbubble just organizes it. They don't actually do the printing themselves. So the shipping is different for each different type of item. And we had a whole bunch of different types of items rather than just like multiple shirts or whatever. And that meant that the shipping was separate for each one. So it ended up being like $150 worth of shipping. Whereas previously we've just bought like a shirt and a hoodie or whatever, and the shipping was combined for the two of them because they were coming from the same place. So we'll have to look at what it is that we're actually getting and maybe do it piecemeal. But yes, there's an order incoming. So get ready for that, Cog. Can be buying all your shit. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm not like, it's slightly frustrating, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I wouldn't switch away from Redbubble just because of that. Especially because there aren't a lot of people who are going to be buying as many things as we are. So as long as we actually like the shit and don't buy pity items. We're not buying pity items. That's why we're picking various different things. That was the problem. If we were just buying pity items and just had, you know, 5 or 6 of the same item, it wouldn't have been an issue because they all would have been coming from the same place. The problem is that we had multiple things that we wanted.
I love this design. Why would I be buying another pity?
Exactly.
I don't think he heard that.
He didn't hear that, but I heard it. I think we should have multiple shops. Find another one that's more focused on nerd themed prints or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think Redbubble is really good for its breadth of product, and then also the fact that like it actually does link to other products when you purchase. So like they're a platform that does sell and tries to market your specific merch, so you're not just doing it yourself. I like that about them. And they clearly care about their designs and their products, which is good. They are just a bit more expensive is the problem. Having another place that is potentially a little cheaper, but offers less diversity of product might not be a bad idea. So looking into that, we might figure something out. How elfy do we want to make these elf ears? Fairly elven. Yeah, Linktree would be good for all the various different things that we use once we've got everything set up. And also just because we are like, I have a whole bunch of different things. I've got Patreon, I've got a Instagram, I've got an art station that I haven't finished setting up. So many things. You want to get the Storm bottle on a lightweight hoodie, but you feel like it could stand to be a bit bigger. Yes. I am going to go in and fix up a lot of the designs. That is the plan, at least. So if you are holding out for that, then hold a little longer, and I will get that done for you. Because I agree, some of the designs could benefit from being fixed up a little. I was a little annoyed, and I understand entirely why they've done it this way, but like the fact that for things that are smaller file sized, you can't just upscale the resolution on them however you want. And especially because it wasn't an issue with it specifically wasn't an issue with Streamlabs. Having it be an issue with Redbubble is a bit frustrating. But that's alright. We'll just do a bigger scan and put it through. Just need to rescan the image. Shouldn't be too much work. Yeah, lots of people like that design, so I think I'll run with a few more of those, and I'm gonna put in a few more of I've designed very roughly a few more of the angels in the angel series. So we've only got one up there at the moment, Divine Agony, but we're gonna put in a few more, so there will be options for those. And so far, those have been the best. The ones that have had the most interest, at least. Not necessarily the best sellers, but the ones that have had the most interest out of all of them. I have got a copy of the Fruit Boys, and that turned out really well. If anybody is wondering. Things in bottles and orbs is really cool, which is why you leaned into it when we were playing D&D. Little terrariums with things captured inside. Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I've done a whole series. There's a whole bunch of them on the Instagram. And they're basically like memories or like scenes that have been trapped in bottles. I think those ones are really cool. Those are some of my favorites of works I've done recently. It is often hard to pick a favorite of those sorts of things, but those ones in particular are amongst my favorites for sure. I think these eyes need to be much bigger than they are. So actually, let's make the whole thing bigger first. Yeah, so following on from our discussion earlier, if you magically got superpowers for whatever reason, like suddenly you have the superpower that you wanted, do you become a crime fighter? Or do you just use it in your everyday life for like random shit? Would you feel like you should use it for good? Or are you going to be fairly comfortable with just having it be as it is and not do anything? That's the burning question. Are you going to rob a bank? Are you going to stop a robbing of a bank? Are you going to laze on the couch like you always would? How much would your life actually change? You get done in by the coppers for being a crime fighter? You'd use it for good nevertheless. Okay, fair enough.
I just got a text that the order for his food was cancelled. I don't know what's going on.
Oh no! The order for your
It's taken forever to do it though.
order for your food has been cancelled. So Lizzie Bell is now going to have to find some alternative.
Very annoyed about it.
Apparently she's very annoyed about it. Which, fair enough.
They accepted the order. Why then cancel it?
Bastards. Bastardos! Use it for making your life and those around you more comfortable, and then try and help people along the way. Yeah, that's fair. What a shame. You hate when they do that? Because it ends up being too late to get something different? Yeah. Yeah, that's particularly shitty. If they're like, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then, like, wait an hour, and then be like, oh, actually, we're not doing it. Like, if you just told me at the time, then I could go somewhere else. But no. Gotta be a shit about it. Alright, we're gonna do a design on here, some kind of leafy bullshit. It's gonna be mirrored. So we're gonna have to work out exactly how we do this. We'll start with something like this. We're going for like a viney leaf pattern. Cog, can you eat falafel? Is that a thing that your body will allow you to eat? What are your falafel restrictions?
I don't know if it has gluten in it.
She has no idea if it has gluten in it. Well, that's probably a dubious thing then, I would think. You've had falafel before, they use it in HSPs. Okay, so yeah. There you go, you're getting a HSP. Gotta love a halal snack pack.
Does he have a sauce preference?
Sauce preference, Cock?
If not, he's getting sweet chili and garlic.
If you don't have a preference, you're getting sweet chili and garlic, apparently.
There's also the option of hummus.
There's also the option of hummus
And hot chili.
and hot chili. What would you prefer out of those?
There's a lot more than that.
Or if you have another option, given that there's actually more than just that. He says XD. You could just get something yourself with that snack money. No, see, you can't because we don't trust you. You need to have what we give you. You're getting sweet chili and garlic, apparently. Because you didn't give a response. Oh, you said I could get myself something nice. No, I can't get myself something nice because we live in the buttfuck of nowhere. There is nothing here that we can get takeaway. Well, delivered. We can go and...
Go to the petrol station at this time of night.
We could go out and, yeah, at this time of night, it's literally just the petrol station.
Which does do good hot food.
They do hot food. Good food. But, like, we have to go to the petrol station, and that's the only takeaway option that we can have. Which is bullshit. don't know about this piece in here. So we're going to remove that. And that being the case, we might move this from there and actually have it come in this way. Sneak in under the boob. Boob. All right. Bum, 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 bum. So after almost, what is it, probably 2 years worth of planning now, I am almost fully ready to reinstitute my Twitch Plays D&D redemption. So I've got the world all planned out. I've got the things that we're going to be able to do in the world all planned out, and I think I have an approximate idea of how we're going to run it. So essentially what Twitch Plays D&D for me is going to be like is essentially we're going to have whoever did the redemption is going to take control of one of the characters, And then the rest of the chat is going to control the rest of the party, and they're going to run their way through just random little adventures. Nothing too in depth, but just some little hijinks and some silly things. Goblin heists. No, they're not going to be goblin heists. I was originally planning on doing the goblin heists. I have another thing in mind for goblin heisting. But the goblin heist is going to be a little difficult just because, like, trying to link it back into all the things we're doing in the other world and how all that's changing in the game. It's... For it to be consistently available on the channel, I think is going to be a bit difficult. So instead, I'm basically going to be dropping them in a town in an entirely new world, which will help for some things. I should make the D&D redemption a bits redemption as well. I could do. I can make it one of those cards in the thing, I guess. Otherwise, it'll just be a, like, if you redeem this many bits, if you cheer this many bits, then we'll do a D&D game. But, like, that's a harder thing to set up and organize. It's very derailing to whatever we do at the time. Yes, it is. I'm specifically only going to have it turned on during art streams. Or during streams where I am pretty much on my own, or we're playing something that, like, is fine to be derailed. Anytime we're doing a multiplayer game like Pokemon or, you know, GTA or Red Dead or Sea of Thieves or whatever, like, it's going to be turned off because there's no way that we'll be able to do it. So it makes sense that I get paid for it? Yeah, potentially. I mean, it'd be nice to be to be paid to be a GM, but I don't think doing it on Twitch is the way I get paid for being a being a GM. Pokemon we could derail a little because it's mostly grinding. The problem is that because it takes up my entire focus. Then I can't do anything else while we're doing it. But I have things planned out. I've got maps. I've got things. I'm putting together a couple of character sheets that are essentially just going to be like, you know, this random cleric, this random fighter, this random ranger, this random bard kind of thing. And then they're going to go through little adventures together. So it won't be nearly as chaotic as what it was the last time we tried to do this with Max, Too Fat to Carry. It'll be much more refined than that. And then basically how it's going to work, or the idea I have for how it's going to work is, because Lizzie Bell has been dying to redeem it forever, it'll probably end up being Lizzie Bell, but whoever redeems it will then control one of the characters. They get to say what happens on their turn or what they want to do with it, and then everybody else votes for what the party as a whole does. So if they want to go and attack something, they go and attack something. If they want to, you know, investigate around the town, they'll investigate around the town. And then roles are going to be done by me, sort of generally for the whole group. A battle's ready to begin. You're not making it easy, whoever that was. Is that Lizzie Bell? Chucking the archers right on the edge there. Alright, I can just fit that many people in, so let's do that. Zoom in a little. We've got these bush fiends that we have to beat, and jungle spiders. It looks like that is it. It doesn't look like we got a puckered anus in this run, luckily. Let the battle begin. Lizzie Bell's archers there, trying to single-handedly kill the monstrosities. We've only lost 1 unit so far, that's good. Doing well. Alright, so we don't want to fight this dinosaur up down there, we want to fight this one. Oh no, there's dinosaurs in that one too! Rude! Well, let's hope that there's more goblins and orcs than there are dinosaurs. Let's see how we go. Oh no, it is just dinosaurs in the pens again. Ooh. Alright. That's enough. Alright, everybody bunch up in the middle there so we can do our spellcraft. Let's get back to it. You saw her do it? Cheeky. She's cheeky. The other thing that I'm super excited for that will be coming up this year at some point is being able to like actually DM and play Dungeons & Dragons in person, because it's been a while. It's been a while since we've been able to run a game in person. And as much as I love the online like Roll20 systems, there is something about playing the game in person that's a very different vibe. So we're going to be doing that. I'm going to be GMing it. So I've made a little plan for what we're doing. Yeah, when we live there, it's going to be great. I'm going to be doing shit all the time. I don't know about weekly, probably fortnightly games. I would love to do a weekly game, but I don't know if we can swing that. Both in terms of how much socializing that would require for all of us. I don't think any of us could actually do that. And then depends on the month, yeah. And then just like between all the other things that we would want to do, all the other working and all of the other like going out, socializing, games, if we get back into LARP, like all of that will take up time as well. So probably fortnightly. But I would love to have a weekly game. That would be amazing. You used to LARP every week. We didn't. We don't do anything every week. Me and Lizzie Bell. I mean, other than streaming, I guess. But, like, I consider that work. For me, at least. Like, we didn't do Friday night drinks every week. We did for a little bit, but it was like during COVID, when we literally couldn't go anywhere else. We're way more social than you are? I don't know about that. I mean, possibly, but like, I don't know in practicality if that's actually any significant amount more social. Like, realistically, we don't do a whole lot. The problem is that we go into the city to see different friends. We see family a lot. We have a lot of family commitments, which take us out of things a lot. And then it's mostly just getting places. If we didn't have to go so far, I think we would probably socialize more. But we have to go so far just to see anyone. Even the people up here are like 40 minutes away. Just to see them. And then if we want to do anything, then it's another, 20, 30 minutes to wherever we want to get to. You think we could pull off a semi-weekly game basis? It just wouldn't be every month? Yeah. I mean, if it wouldn't be every month, and it would be semi-weekly, then, it's not weekly. I think we could definitely do fortnightly. I think we could do a little bit more than fortnightly as well, in the times in which we, have less on. But I definitely think we would struggle to do every week, just because there's so much shit that goes on. We can barely organize with the online D&D where we don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to meet up at people's houses. We can barely organize that to be every month. Speaking of, we need to organize the Goblin heist, the continuation of the heist of the Mage Tower. You get that up and running again after you've come down to see us. Yeah, no rush. That's not me complaining. That's just an observation that We clearly can't stick to a schedule. None of us. I should do an introductory session, I think. Like a stream that is just Twitch plays D&D. Which is an introductory session to the world that I want the D&D games of the stream to be set in. And have them be... Have the first stream just be the whole game, and just run the whole game, explain how the world works, explain who all the characters are and what's going on, do a lore dump kind of thing, session 0 style. Get everybody into the world a little, and then move on from there. Because it's not going to be standard. It is homebrew. It's not going to be standard Forgotten Realms. Oh, there's something I'm actually up on the news for. Well, semi up on the news, I guess. I haven't been super up on the news for it, but the whole issue with Wizards of the Coast. So the open gaming license, they're trying to... There's been a draft leaked. Which was supposedly a final draft, but Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro have been claiming that it's a first draft. And their new open gaming license, the OGL 1.1, is supposed to basically invalidate and take over from the OGL 1.0a. And this is a big issue for lots of people in the roleplay and gaming community, specifically because there's a whole lot of shit that's been built on the language and the setting of the old Dungeons and Dragons systems, and so if the new gaming license is upheld by the law, which a lot of people are arguing that it probably won't be, but if it is, if a court actually does uphold it, the wording of it is really shitty, and apparently Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast can basically steal people's stuff. The technical term is license without consent or recourse. So they can take your intellectual property, your copyrighted material, and because it's based on some kind of Dungeons and Dragons-esque thing, they can basically use it for any purpose they like without giving you compensation. So, for example, our game that uses the 5e system, or a version thereof, sort of homebrewed in areas, they would be able to take any of the content that we've made for it, use the characters, use parts of the world, create content based on the storyline, and we would have no legal recourse for that. They would basically just say, well, the gaming license says that we can do so, you used the game to create your content, and so this is now licensed by us, which is super shitty, and is going to cause a lot of trouble for lots and lots of content creators, especially very small ones, but it's also going to cause a whole bunch of issues for some very big ones, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that people didn't realize used the old OGL and the Dungeons and Dragons like content system back in the day. So Pathfinder, for example, is essentially built on the top of Dungeons and Dragons. I believe 3rd edition. So that now would be, an issue. Quite a few Star Wars games, like the actual video games themselves, use Dungeons and Dragons content, including some of their mechanics. So that's going to be an issue for Disney. Companies who are creating content, like Critical Role, like Dimension 20, who else? There's a whole bunch. But basically it fucks over a lot of those creators. So yeah, some scary times for the RPG world. There's quite a few people who are pushing up against it and trying to stop it. The old OGL, the old gaming license, basically had a section in it that was like, this license can't be revoked by Wizards of the Coast, and as long as this is an authorized version of this license, then you can just choose to use this instead of any license that gets released later. This was supposed to be their kind of like safety net for people coming in later on and trying to fuck with it, and basically so that they were like, look, we're not going to change anything in this license, and if we do, here is a clause specifically that stops us from being able to fuck with you, so that you like are comfortable and make content with our content, and with our game system, so that we make money and you make money and everybody's happy. They're now claiming that the new OGL, the 1.1, basically invalidates and inauthorizes the old license retroactively. And so it's causing a lot of conflict. There are a bunch of people, lawyers and folk who are saying that that is technically illegal or technically against the terms, and so they would have a hard time arguing it in court. But we have seen the likes of Hasbro try and do that before, so it's going to be a tricky one to try and work out. And it's especially concerning for little streamers and little content creators like us. Oh, why is this suddenly lagging? Am I doing too much? Let's close this, see if that helps. Just a reminder. Let's do this. Nope. There we go. There is the coupon code for the stream loots. If you have not used it yet, you can get a free deck of cards. It's only 3 cards at a time, but that's still something. Is it just that I'm not zoomed in enough? No, it is. It's running choppily. I hope my stream is doing alright. If it's not, do let me know. Yeah, the if you go in and use that coupon code, or basically if you just click on the link, it'll allow you to get a free deck that you can open. It's got 3 cards in it, and those 3 cards then let you do shit on the stream, make me do things. So if that's something you're interested in, that's something you want to do, then please do so. That would be cool. Gives you the chance to interact with the channel. And then if you want to spend money on extra decks, on extra packs of cards, you absolutely can. The system is not super intuitive. I apologize, but that's sort of the way these things work. So basically there is a full list of all the cards you could possibly get, and then when you open a pack, it will then show you which of those that you have actually got to use. I know there's been a bit of a confusion of people trying to buy a specific card. It's random, it's not pick and choose, unfortunately. But that kind of makes it more fun, I think, to a degree. So I like it. I think it's fun. I hope there are folks in our... I hope there's peeps in our little community who agree and continue to use it so that we can keep using it. Otherwise, it'll have to go the way of the Pokemon game, which is on the way out. Because I'm pretty sure fucking no one is using it. I went through last time, literally no one caught a Pokemon. I tried to catch a Pokemon once, I think, and that was it. That was the only time it was actually used, was when I tried to do something on it, and it then didn't. I mean, not that it didn't work, but like, the game is a random chance thing, so didn't end up getting anything out of it anyway. All right, that's looking pretty good. I like this so far. Let's just clean this up just a little. But the whole point of these little games and things that we're putting on the channel are for engagement. They're for you guys to interact with if you so wish. Do not have to interact with any of them. Not going to make you. But if you do enjoy them and you want to interact with them, then that's what they're there for. So if people aren't using them, then there's no point hanging them around. So we're going to get rid of the ones that don't engage our viewers, and then we'll try and find some new ones that do. I had wanted to make my own, actually, but it's been so long since I've programmed a game that I don't really remember where to start. Like I don't have a program set up that I can just make a game in. I used to use Flash. I used to use the old Windows C+ program, like Visual Basics. And I've made a couple in like Game Maker style things that have like limited program functionality. But so maybe I'll download something like that and use one of those. But the idea I had was I wanted to set up a Goblin Heist thing. I've got all the program language basically figured out, but it's going to be a series of like randomized rolls for a character, and depending on how much you've interacted with the channel, how much you've done, there's like a rewards system for that. So you can like gamble and get things from it. Now, I don't know exactly how I'm going to fulfill that, because I don't know if I can gift people channel points. You have to work out if you can. Otherwise, the other option is like merch. If you get to a certain level, then you get merch, or you get free of the Stream Loots cards or something like that. We'll figure it out how we're going to do it. But I had this idea of a fun thing that would run in the background that would essentially just be like little idle game goblin heist D&D style. You do the redemption, and then you like 1,000 or 5,000 or whatever it ends up being, and then for the next 10-15 minutes, your little goblin goes through a series of different challenges, and the game will randomly roll for you for each section. And if you survive, you win a bunch of shit, and if you don't, then you die a gruesome death, and we all get to sort of laugh about it. Which would be funny. And then the idea I had was like, if you continue to play, if you play multiple times, then like your character can get better, so you're more likely to win the more you do it. So that's a thing that I'm gonna try and build. Or alternatively, if it just ends up being too long, if it's another like year before I actually get anything released, I might just pay someone else. I'll find a good program streamer or something and be like, hey, this is a thing I want. Can you put it together for me? Because it's not particularly difficult, and I've written out like all of the variables and program language that I want it to run on. Essentially, I have like 2 pages worth of program. And it's not particularly difficult. It's literally just random number, checksum, if then gates to push you forward or like kill you, essentially. And then you like earn an amount of gold for each thing that you do. Hope everybody is having a wonderful day, slash evening, slash morning, slash whatever it is for you. That looks pretty good, I gotta say. I don't know if the bustier, the corset finishing there as a hard line works, or whether or not it should go up higher. I think going up higher makes more sense, so let's do that. Let's just fix that up first before we continue on, because it's going to change a couple of things, like this vine right here. That's fine there. It's this bit it's going to change up here. So I need to add in another one of these. Yeah, probably right there, now that I think about it. And then this is going to go up a little further. And then it's going to be like a... like that. It's going to be semi-hidden in here. And then I might need to change this arc just a little. This boob arc. Does that work? That works. There we go. Now it looks like they're actually sitting over the top. And then this needs to move over to here. I know this is probably more effort than most people put into their boob physics. But I do actually want it to look kinda realistic. Kinda. Alright, so we could have it link up here, like that, and then a piece go up that way. There we go. Easy. Easy. That negative space is fine, so is that one. There should be something here. So let's quickly put something in here. Doesn't have to be much, just a bit of a vine. That gap is fine. We could fill it in if we really want to, but it's probably alright as it is. That is really good. I like that arc. The central flower is good because it'll be mirrored on both sides. That's all fine. And this bottom one is probably okay. Now, do we do it asymmetrically and continue on the other side and have all of this linked in, or do we have it symmetrical? I think we have it symmetrical. So let's do that. We're just going to take the whole thing because it doesn't actually matter. Nope, not crop. God damn it. Ugh. What did that just undo? Redo. 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 There we go. So we want to copy. Done. We want to paste. Done. We then want to transform the layer horizontally. We then want to warp and move it over here. And then we're going to compress slightly. Nope, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to compress slightly. And a little more. And then we want to warp it up just a little. Yes, I know we have a battle. We have a battle. Alright, how's that look? That looks great. Cool. Coolio. Alright, let's do that for now. Is there anything that drastically needs changing before we accept? There's probably some things that could be moved ever so slightly, but what we'll do is we'll just erase some stuff first. So we want to use the erase tool. Like this, like that. There we go. This is going to be erased to there, but this is actually going to be pulled down so that it matches. And then this side. Slightly and up. Like that, there, perfect. And yes, 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 yes. Cool. And then, oh, battle's already being. Let's do the battle. Oh, we got less people now. It's a harder battle. Let's see if we can pull it off. I think the dinosaur things don't attack us until we go right up against them, so we should be fine. We just need to survive these goblins. These gobbo monsters. Ah, yeah. See, the dinosaurs spit at us. That's what it is. So, our archers should have no issue at all with them. Luckily. So we should really have won this. It shouldn't be an issue at all. Plasma tank. Oh, here come the dinosaurs. A victory! This warrior, congratulations. And we go to the hard level, jungle bush. As the stream is winding down, this is probably going to be the last battle of the night. It's also going to be a difficult one. We're going to start up the top here because enemies are going to be revealed over time. They're probably going to surround us a little. So let's stick here if we can. And save this. And then we've got to work out what we're going to be doing for our raid. Don't know who is currently streaming at the moment. We don't have a cognitive beard, unfortunately, so can't raid into him. Wednesday, though, usually Firelight Chaos, or occasionally Firelight Chaos. James B. Barrow usually does a nice stream on a Wednesday. That. Trying to make sure all of these still like match up visually. It's going to be a struggle, I reckon. But we'll do what we can. That looks pretty frackin' awesome, I've got to say. The detail on this bodice is pretty frackin' awesome. Yeah. Let's do the removal of stuff here. Rather than merging the layers down and then doing it, just because there is the very distinct possibility that we erase too much or don't erase enough, and then we have to go back in and fix it all up, and that'll be annoying. So let's do it this way first, and then we don't have to worry about it. Yeah. I think I need to refill my drink. This is going really well. I'm happy with the artwork, how it stands, how it's going. There's still some bits, still some biddies that I need to fix up, I think, but it's going well. Okay, like that. Yeah. Nice. I'll probably fix up this string just a little first. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so we're gonna raid out in what, 30 minutes? 30 minutes. So that'll be... Oh, we'll try and make it to 12 o'clock. How about we do that? We'll make it to midnight, and then raid out. Because I think that'll be a good effort by that point. That being said, I'm just gonna go to bed and keep working on this, essentially. The only difference is I will then be in bed with Lizzie Bell, which will be nice, which will help her sleep as well, because it usually does. And I will then also cease talking at the screen, which will keep her up less and stop basically ruining my voice. Because at the moment I've not fully recovered from COVID yet. It's ridiculous. I have long haul COVID symptoms. It's bullshit. Or long COVID symptoms, is it? Not long haul COVID symptoms, because that's when you have COVID for ages and then it causes issues. No, I had COVID for a fairly short amount of time. Not as short as some of the other people I know who've had it, but like relatively short comparatively. And it has just ruined me. I'm fatigued so often, and then because I'm so fatigued, it is really difficult to like get started with things. So I've been exercising less. I've been just been doing less around the house. Been working less, and so that's also then made me more tired, because I've not been doing the stuff that I usually do to keep my everything in check, to keep my body moving, to keep my mind moving. I just get tired more quickly, and so it's kind of becoming this perpetual cycle. I'm slowly breaking out of it, which is good. I've been doing more exercise. I've been doing more things. I've been being more productive. I've been staying up to do more art. So mentally I've been keeping going. But it is just a massive struggle, I've noticed. Like, there's no easy way out of it. A wild Dratini? Hell yeah, catch me a Dratini. See, once again, I'm the only one using it. Which is fine. It's just a bit ridiculous. Okay, we need to remove a bit of this. Need to make this a more solid line, I think. Yeah, that's the trick. If I make all of this a bit more solid and thinner, then visually it should make more sense. Accidentally removing background layers. Silly. Okay, how's that? Oh, one more little bit. Almost done. Like that, and then like this. And there. Make this a slight side view. Tweaking the perspective slightly. And that should fix things. Alright, zoom out. Let's have a look. Does that make sense where everything is? Yes. Almost. This layer needs to go like this, and then like this. That's what was throwing me off. And on this layer, just to fix up this line a little. Oh no, there's a thing here, isn't there? That goes up. That's why that's like that. Let's bring it down slightly then so that it's a little more pronounced. Yeah, that does it. That's the trick. Yeah. Merge with layer below. It is now one solid layer. It sure is. Hey, I caught the Dratini. Feckin' awesome. Let's fix up these horrible fingers. Because I'm sure if we raid into someone who's an art streamer, they're gonna want to see what we've been working on. And I might die slightly if they ask to see this and the fingers look horrible like that. Only slightly. And I'm mostly being silly. So usually the signifier in art for feminine hands is that they tend to be longer, elongated, and they usually come to a more of a point at the finger, rather than like a flat curve. Men's hands tend to be chunkier and shorter, stubbier, but that isn't always the case. So for example, someone who is an artist or a musician, they tend to have a wider finger span, and their fingers tend to be more elongated and tipped, pointed, specifically because that is a developmental process of like working your fingers dexterity-wise, as opposed to like building muscle in them and therefore stunting them. There is also a level of like predisposition to finger shapes, to various finger shapes. This is probably still going to look a bit awful. So we might need to change this again, but we'll do what we can for now. let's see about fixing it up. I'm basically trying to make the, like... Make it, like, pressing down, like that. Maybe you can kind of see what I'm doing. So, like, the front of the fingers is pushed forwards, and then the rest of it's, like, clamping down. And then the thumb is back here, like, just barely hidden. Because the idea is she is a huntress. She's a hunter. So she's going to be quite strong and dexterous. And so grasping her bow like that seems to make sense to me. Holding it loosely as opposed to, like, fucking gripping it. It's like the confidence in the tool argument. If you have confidence in the weapon or the tool that you're using, then you're not going to be, like, gripping it as hard as you can and constantly trying to be careful of it. You will just naturally be adept at maneuvering it and holding onto it. Is the theory, anyway. In my mind. This is entirely theoretical in my head. I don't know, like, there's probably some data that backs it up. Because I am not at all careful with any of the, like, art tools that I use. But that's because I've been using them for so long that I'm just comfortable around them. So that kind of makes sense from, at least for me, from a cognitive standpoint. And having, like, LARPed with staves and swords and stuff, like, played with daggers, and then, like, woodworking tools and things like that, you get very comfortable and confident just, like, holding onto them and being around them, because it's not an issue. They're not, they're no longer, like, delicate or dangerous. They're just a tool that you use. Oh, hands are so hard to do. Ugh. I hate them. Ugh, why do I hate everything about this? This is the thing, once again, so two things that are happening right now, so we can talk about them in real time. The first one is there's a thing creatives do, and we've talked about it already in this stream, but we'll talk about it again. And we've talked about it on the channel a fair bit, but, like, the idea is essentially that, like, artists don't realize, or, like, they don't have confidence in their work most of the time. I know I'm a good artist. I know I can make art well. I am I would be considered a professional artist, and I do consider myself a professional artist. I am classically trained. So, like, clearly I am competent. And yet, every time I make an artwork, without fail, there comes a period in time in which I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a real artist. What the fuck? I've been lying to people this whole time. That's a thing that inevitably happens. So that's happening right now, and that's very frustrating. I have to push past that and keep working until eventually I make something that I can be like, oh no, yeah, actually I am an artist. I'm just being silly because, like, clearly I have made this thing, and that's fine. And then we move on, and that happens literally every time I make an artwork. But the other thing as well is I have this weird hang up that I think comes from my training, like my formal training as an artist, but then also a little bit of like just socialized learned behavior. I don't like using references, and I really should. I should do it more often, but I always try and draw things from my mind first. I'm trying to train myself out of that, but it is a slow process and a difficult thing to do. And the reason why I should just use references is because this would be significantly easier if I actually had a hand doing the positioning of what I want it to do there in front of me, so that I could just copy what it looks like. Because the artwork isn't like, oh, I need to draw a hand perfectly first time from memory. The artwork is a fucking full god and a background. I've done the background and the god, and these have all been from my own mind. So using a reference for a tiny bit of hand so they don't look like goblin bullshit like they do now, should be fine. And yet my brain is like, nah, can't do it. So that's the thing. Don't feel hard on yourself if, like, you have to use references for things or copy things or whatever. As long as you're not doing it for the entire artwork. Like, it's fine. It's actually what you're supposed to do. Do I keep going with this? Do I keep persisting with life? Will life find a way? I mean, yes, it will. But, like, will I find a way to make this look good? Is the question. Is the $1 million question. Anyway, let's save the work and continue on. We've got 6 minutes until the battle. Oh yeah, I'll catch a Gabite. Why not? There's something about them that seems wrong. Part of it is probably just that the white here doesn't match up. So let's fix that first. Because the flaring over the top is probably not helping this. And the fact that it's creating weird artifacting underneath because it's semi-transparent is probably also not helping. So let's fix that to begin with. So that it's all the one color. And then it may just be that the position is weird and then I need to change it. Like, the not gripping thing makes sense to me. But it might just not work visually. At which point I'll have to change it. Which is fine, I can change it, it's no issue. Oh, the Gabite escaped. I have no idea how I'm going to send this, if someone wants to see it. Because Discord only lets me upload files that are like 8 megabytes, I think? And the size of this artwork is currently 3 gigabytes. It is 2.9 gigs, currently. So that's a problem. I mean, I guess I could crop down each image. We'll see how we go. See how we go. Alright, they're weird, but I don't hate them as much as I did. I think originally I had the bow resting on the thing, and now it doesn't. That might be a problem. And it might be a problem because the pose now doesn't work. I could just extend it. That might be what I do. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna make it a fucking huge bow. That's what we're gonna do. Which means we need to do the same to this top section, which can be done fairly easily. The only problem is it's going to change the hand position here, which is awful. That's right, we can do that. Because all we need to do is... Oh! Our battle is about to begin. Just move it out to here. And twist it slightly. actually. Don't need to do that. I just need to move this. Almost there. That's it. And then this string, we'll do that afterwards because it needs to be thinner, I believe. Okay, let's do the battle and then we'll fix up this bow and we'll see what we're doing. We've updated with new stuff. I need to reload. Rude. Alright. Better not screw up where we're at. Why is that moved? Is it because I moved this? That doesn't make sense. Ah, come on. Load already. We should do a Stream Raiders. I'll write it down now. It's on the list. But we should do a Stream Raiders artwork, seeing as we play it a fair amount. Buddy, come on. Come the frack on. Okay, cool. We've got a few more in with this battle, so we should do alright. What? There was one enemy? That doesn't seem right. Okay. Yeah, it's 11:44. We're probably not going to continue. We'll play again next time. We'll do this Dino Egg one on the next stream. So we'll just finish up what we're doing with the artwork. We'll work until midnight, and then we'll raid out to someone else. Let's just have a look who we have to raid to. We could raid into Firelight Chaos, who's playing some Uno. That'll be good fun. Otherwise, Mr. Mao is doing some art. James Hugh Barrow is doing some art. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick. So I will leave you here with the musical stylings of as we look at some art. So let's just stick this in the middle of the page and share stream. I will be right back. Okay. We're back. Puppies are just being ridiculous in the background there. does that. Actually, no. We'll fix up the color first, and that will at very least give us the approximate sense of what it's supposed to look like. Too far. I should actually close my stream readers so that, yeah, there we go. Just so that it doesn't think I'm still playing the game in the background, because we have officially finished for the night. The stream will end shortly-ish. I want to at least get this bow fixed up in the hand. Maybe do something about the eyes, but we'll see how energetic I'm feeling once we get up to that bit. But very much. Very much want to fix up this bow. Because that's a pretty big compositional element in this. And if it doesn't look right, then it's going to look stupid. So let's fix it and then see how we go. Okay. I think we've done a pretty decent job of fixing up where issues have been. The limb needs to be thinner. It curves so much down here and does none of that up here. I mean, we can make it longer up here, which is what we might end up doing. Ooh. This is the problem with changing things after you've done them, is like, it becomes just such a fucking ass to like get everything to match up. The problem is this visually. Oop, fuck, what have I done? There we go. Problem is this. Because it doesn't actually curve that much. It is a visual glitch there. What it actually does is goes to that point. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but it works. That's fine. Alright, let's go back in and fix our color layer. Because I like this little leaf feather motif thing at the top here. And realistically, I probably should have just copied and pasted this and stuck it down the bottom, which I might still do. Yeah, actually, let's just do that. How much of this can I get away with doing? Let's... Oop, that's the wrong one. Take the whole limb. And then we want to paste it. And then we want to layer, transform, vertical. And then it's like that. Chuck it all the way down here. Like that. Which means actually this needs to be a little wider. That is not what I meant to do. Cool. And then we go to the layer below. And we want to just essentially get rid of all of this, because we now have a better option. Up to here, and then through to there. Widen this slightly, and then rejoin it. And then that merges with this layer. Cool. And then fix up the paint layer. Done. Now we don't have to do 2 of these leaf things and have the chance of fucking them up, which is great. And let's see how that looks. It's still probably more curved than... Oh no, it's not too bad. Now the problem is just that this string that's running through finishes like halfway up. That is currently our main issue. So what I think I'm going to do is just put in a new layer to run a new string on the bow. I want it to be as close to the old one as possible. That ain't bad. We can definitely work with that as an option. So let's go layer below. Actually, no, let's fix up what we need to do on this layer first, because we know we want to have it come from behind here, behind the boob, and then on this layer, we don't need this anymore. It's just so through so much of this detail. It's my own fault. But I'll do it. I'll fix it up. Because that's... So this is a problem with like working on one layer and having just one set of line art. As a traditional artist, I almost prefer to work this way, but it is super time consuming, and like if you want to move any little thing or redo any little thing, it's like redoing half the painting. In the industry, this would be called digital painting, as opposed to like just raw digital art, and that's because you're using painterly techniques as opposed to just like straight digital techniques, and you're restraining yourself further from the process by basically exclusively using techniques that are inoptimal. And I don't mind it because it's sort of how I work already. So it doesn't ruin anything for me. But it does make situations like this where like you've got to go in, and luckily it's I have been working on multiple layers, so it hasn't been too bad. But it's lots of like individually rubbing out like little bits to layer on top of each other. And then like going in and recoloring areas over and over, and as opposed to making these like solid clear lines of distinction that you can then just fill color and layer map over the top of each other, mask over the top of each other, and things like that. Okay, now we want to do it from here. Make sure that we've got the whole thing in view because we don't want to get up from here down to here. Did that line up? Yes. Yes. No. Oh, it was a race. Fuck. Not a race. But at least it was a central line. Managed to draw it correctly. It's just such a long line on this canvas. Oh, no. That is not straight. From there to here. This does regularly feel a little cheaty. It's not, I know it's not, but like... Because like, this is literally what this tool is used for. Or made for. I'm gonna go in and clean it up section by section anyway, so realistically it doesn't matter. But just being able to get a super straight line. Okay. Alright, merge that with the layer below. Sweet. Alright. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's remember to save this. And this is where we're at with it. We've still got ages to go. It's now 36 gigabytes. Oh. It's a lot. If we close it and reopen it, it'll probably drop in file size, but for now, that's what it's sticking at. It's midnight. I should raid out. Yeah, I think we're going to raid into Fire Lake House. We're going to be playing some... I believe we'll be playing Red Dead Redemption tomorrow for our Friday sandbox survival-y type game. Our open world multiplayer game is actually probably a better way of saying it. So that's going to be fun. Yeah. And then, other than that, I don't think there's anything in particular that's exciting or new coming up. Definitely there is going to be some more art coming up, some more streams coming up. We're going to try and do Pokemon for Tuesday next week. So if you've been missing our Pokemon Tuesdays, they're coming back. More art streams, probably more of this. So if you're keen to see that. If you are subscribed, you can copy and paste my little ready-do. Otherwise, just give Fire some love. If there's anything in particular you would like to see on the stream, particular art that you would like to see me do, a particular game you'd like to see me play, go onto the Discord and send me a message, or just in the suggestion box down below in my About Me section. Otherwise, I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope you enjoyed us drawing some gods, and we will see you next time. Bye, guys.
Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music.